Right, we should be live. No, not now, thanks. No, not now. Okay. Okay, for your analytics, because you keep asking me. Good. Right, where are you all? Oh, you're there, I think. 1 second. Just need to get YouTube to play nicely. Right, where are you all? Oh, there we are. Alright, how's this going to look today? There, I think. 1 second. Bit of lag. YouTube to play nicely. Welcome to the River Thames. I've got about 4 minutes, maybe 3. Start the match today. I'm fishing on the River Thames. I'm fishing a teams event. I'm fishing for Colmic A4. I'm on the River Thames at Culham. This is where we are. I'm on peg H2. I am in a section of 5 or 6. Can't remember. 5, I think. So I'm at the beginning of the section, there's 3 pegs to my left, and I am looking forward to this. The river is in a better condition than it was a couple of weeks ago. It's not perfect. It is going down, probably just before the flood season at the end of the month. But I'm looking to fish, catch some fish on the pole feeder today, and maybe a few little bleak down this inside, because they're very strict team instructions. It's probably 55 gram job. Managed to slice my finger on a can of so not the most helpful. So I've got a bit of electrical tape, trying to sort that out, but I might have to fix that at some point. So apologies if that looks a bit gross. But yeah, so this is it. I'm going to fish 13 meters on the pole feeder. Like I mentioned, I might come shorter on the pole feeder. If there's too much rubbish or it's flown a little bit too hard. I'm not allowed to test with the pole feeder until the match starts, because you're not allowed anything that can introduce bait into the water, so you can't check it with a feeder to start with. So we're gonna have to do it like this, I think. Just remove that camera. I've got a load of tiny little fry. I don't know if you can see them, just under my feet. They're around my box. Look at that. Got to catch one of them on a pinky. I'm not even sure they'll register. How much do they weigh? Oh, they want the maggot, look. Oh, they want that, look. I might have to catch one of them on a pinky. Where's my pinkies? That'll satisfy the don't blank, won't it? I don't think they can swim out my keep net. Do you want a pinky? Yeah, look, they do. The question is, can I hook one? You can't quite eat the pinky. Oh no, yes. If you can eat the pinky, then maybe I can hook it. I have to think about that. We'll try and catch a bleak or a roach out here if we're struggling. Then I might have to think about it. Was that the all in? I think that's the all in. Right, I'm going to assume it was the all in. I can hear poles getting shipped out, so let's go for it. It's a bit awkward today. I've got a high bank behind me. I might struggle with a little bit with the pole feeder, but it is what it is. He's definitely boarding it to my right. Well, they are. I think there's 2 anglers, one either side of the river. They're both very keen to put a lot of bait in. I'm a little bit slower today. Right, I'm going to need some ground bait. should be a good connection today. Oh, jackpot. That's that sorted out. So I'll switch this for a hook length. Just going to start on an 017, 3 foot long to a size 16 to start with. Double maggot with the goal of trying to catch us a quick roach. That's what I'm after. I'm just going to feed some maggots down there. Right, with some ground bait and we'll be good. A lot of leaning currently going on, which I'm not too happy about. Right, get that in there, jam that there, start with some casters. A few maggots. Sort this side tray out in a minute, it's a bit of a mess. Okay. Everything seems alright. I'm going to say okay quite a lot. Just trying to sort myself out. Move these feeders. So the reason the side tray is a little bit busy today is I've got ground bait for the pole feeder, obviously. I've got some maggots, caster, hemp, worm for chopped worm, pinky, usual Mars bar, a phone, power bank, and everything else I need for the stream. So I'll settle down in a moment and concentrate on what I'm doing. Boarding's done, 5 minutes gone. We're fishing 11 till 4 today, so we've had plenty of time to get set up, which is good because I needed it to navigate getting down into the river. I had some thoughts about fishing a feeder, but I do have a tree overhead, which would make it a little bit awkward. So there's just a little bend gone in that tip. I think there's a bit of weed come down the river. I was hoping after several weeks that wouldn't really be the case, but it feels like there's a little bit of rubbish that's just bashed into my line. in terms of tactics for the day, I've bored it to start, and I plan that I'll probably be boarding it again after 2 hours. I don't think that bait lasts very long in the river. I've not put a lot of loose feed in. I intend to just introduce that through the feeder itself, and as I said, I'm going to try and fish a line short in that slight little bit of slack water at the end of my keep net. I've got a rig set up for that, for the pole. I'm just paying lots of attention to see if there's any indications on that pole tip. The pole feed is a fantastic method for fishing. Oh, there's a bite. Oh, I missed it. Right, that's a good sign. You're able to feel the bites through the pink hydro. That tree's going to be annoying today, but there's nothing I can do about it. It looks like it's been slightly chewed. I reckon it was a bleak or a roach, so we'll just get that back out. Firm against some casters and some maggots. Yeah, it's the trouble. Yeah, I know. Yeah, on the whole stretch that we've pegged today, or that have been pegged today, you only need a platform on 2 of the pegs. Out of, I don't know how many people are fishing, and I've managed to draw one where you would say that you want to bring a platform. However, I think the rules are you can only go, I'm not sure whether it's you can go up to your knees or whether it's you've got to be touching the rear legs have got to be touching the bank, but it's all right, it's stable. Platform wouldn't add too much apart from weight, and I'm fishing a river, you know, so it's a bit of a walk. So anyway, platform's at home in the garage, not here. Morning, Guy. Morning, Steve. Well, I don't know if you're allowed to go all the way out. See, the thing is, it's because it's a team event, you know, and you know, I don't want to blank first time I fish for the team, so I don't want to go wading way out into the river and disturb all the fish that might be sitting in these reeds left and right. It was relatively easy to get the box in, so it is what it is. Anyway, let's focus on getting another bite. What I need is I need one of those little ropes to go and hang themselves. So I was planning to fish just maggot for the first half an hour. I've got the option of putting some chopped worm in. I was going to leave that. Just see if I can catch something on maggot first before I start introducing other baits. had loads of success with the pole feeder over the course of the last year on this river during conditions like this. It's just extremely accurate, you know, so much more accurate than anyone could be casting a rod, and I've got a lot of faith in it. So it should be good. Talking really slowly because I'm concentrating. Thanks, Guy. So I think I'll start chucking some pinkies. There's a bit of line on the, bit of muck on the line. See if I can get rid of it. Just going to chuck a few pinkies, I think, in that slack water. And what's clear is I need to get myself a little weed cutter attachment, or reed cutter. I fish here often enough. I could do with clearing out those 4 or 5 reeds on the right hand side that are right in my eye line. When the wind blows, they're alright. Do not blank, Graham. Strict team instruction. Do not blank. Do not blank, Graham. I have to stand up for this, am I? Done it. Right, can I fish for bream for the rest of the match now? So that was a roach, about 3 ounces maybe. So we're off. It is awkward, as I thought. How is that? It's going to be the price of accuracy today, I think. Right, we're away. 1 roach. Yep, exactly right. Exactly right. It's quite tricky on this river, you know. You could absolutely hook a bream or a chub first chuck. You know, I've got a couple of videos on the channel of previous matches where I do exactly that. So you don't want to fish too light. And I wouldn't, you know, normally start out like this. I'd probably start on a worm trying to get an early bream, but like you say, captain's orders. Don't blank. And it wasn't too long ago since I fished the Thames Festival, and we had to cancel it after the first day, and that's exactly what I did do. I did go out on a worm and I did blank, and I did come away from that thinking, you know, maybe this maggot approach is better, but then fish the smaller hook, but on a much stronger hook length. So this is a 16 on a 017 hook length. Small enough for the roach, strong enough for the bream and the chub. So now I'm instantly thinking, what's next? I'm going to see if I can catch a few of these and then just sort of see what I can put in the net for the first half an hour, 45 minutes. You know, there will be, you know, my view is that, you know, the end peg on this section is fantastic for bream. The one next to it, I also expect them to catch bream. So, you know, if I'm going to do any good in the section, it's not going to come from a pounder roach. So at some point I do need to, you know, make a commitment for bigger fish. You know, it could be sooner rather than later as well. Let's see. I'll not be too hasty. But it is already in my mind. I'm just realising that you can't see very well. Hopefully that's going to be a better shot. Is that better? Yeah, that looks good. Just trying to watch my phone whilst holding onto the pole, feeling for bites. Right, I think what we'll do is we'll give this one another 5 minutes and then I'll push it to 5-minute casts. Okay, I won't, because I think that was a bite. Well, maybe it was that leaf. Maggots look good. that managed to tie itself in a knot. Up at that end of the rig. How is that even possible? Alright, I'm just standing up next time, so I think it might be easier. Took some pinkies down that little short bit. I can't see anything, Guy. Can't see anything. Nothing, you know. Trees and reeds to my left and trees and reeds to my right. All I can do is listen, and I haven't heard any fish. I've heard a lot of bawling going in, and to my right there's also anglers on the far bank. There's a section in there, so it's the match has started to a hail of ground bait going into the river. You know, everyone's put in 10 balls plus, I would say. I think I'll break down that section. Oh, it came off. There's another roach. Well, I felt like a roach might have been a perch, but it wasn't massive, but it was definitely a fish. I definitely had it on when I shipped it back. Maybe that's going to be easier. My biggest worry is hooking the keep net. And now I've introduced the hooking the reed problem. Brilliant. Right. So if I sit down, I can avoid the reed. Slightly awkward, isn't it? We'll get there though. We'll get there. So, 25 minutes in, fishing for 20 minutes. Had one roach and bumped one fish. I had it on and I've lost it shipping back. I think what I might be able to do is just to still just go for netting it. That's 5 sections, which will make it easier, and I'll just have to stand up and get ready to use the landing net. I'll do it that way. I'll try and raise that camera a little bit. Let's just tighten these up. Hopefully it will sit a little bit higher and that will give you a better view of the river. Still got these little fry just underneath my box. They don't seem to care that I'm here. Great fish holding areas, these reeds, I think. For a lot of protection when the river's in flood and flowing really fast. And a lot of protection from, you know, cormorants and stuff like that. That was a bite, I felt that. Don't know why I've not looked at it. Bait looks alright. So we're just going to keep doing this. A few pinkies, a few maggots, a few casters. Just keep running these through the feeder. See what our fish count is after about an hour. And then we can make some decisions about what to do next. There's definitely a few small fish down there for certain. You know, that's one fish in the net. You know, one or two missed bites, one bumped fish. So there's certainly fish there, and that's been in what, 25 minutes. But I've got to put them in the net. What I do is I think at the hour mark I'll have a little look short in front of me, just quickly see if there's any fish there. As I said, I've got it set up on a pole rig so I can have a quick look. It won't take long, so I just keep feeding it. Maybe I'll get a pleasant surprise. I just need to make sure I've got the rest of the pole set up just in case I could bream, because it has been known to happen. Bream just come along this reed line, and then where I'm feeding they'll decide to just stop because there's a bit of colour in the water. They're not so fussed about the pole. And you know, might be there when I go down there, so I will have the rest of the pole ready. put my land in there, I can stand up and swing the fish over it, I think. There's another missed bite. Have to wait for a bit longer, I think, maybe. Easier said than done, I think, though. No. That's roach. It's not bleak. They're not bursting the bait, so. Don't bring it up so high so quick. So what I did that time was, when I hooked it, I was less interested about bringing it up, more interested in just shipping it back, and that was, maybe that made a difference. So I haven't not blanked, I've got 2 fish now. Captain's going to be chuffed with me, I think. Alright. It's so awkward shipping this out. Oh. that was. Well, hopefully a bream's going to see this action and come and take a look. Wait for the rowers. I don't know how far out they are. They're far out. So there's certainly a bunch of roach there. It's an inefficient way of trying to catch roach, but it's what I've got to do. Got to dodge the tree and try and net the fish. That was a dace. There we go. They're on that so quick, I might, in a second, I might just switch over to just a straight, just a bomb. I don't know if they're coming to the bait. I don't know if a bomb would be more efficient. I'll be back out a lot quicker. If they're on there, and they're coming for that ground bait, then I might be able to catch some fish a little bit quicker than this. Definitely works just shipping it back quicker though. Don't look, just ship it back. Safe in the knowledge that the rig's heavy. And if it's a big fish, I'll feel it if I ship back too quick. And I want to try and ship back slightly more to my left if I was to look that way, so the angle's a little bit better for shipping out. So I'm just doing that. I'm just going to strike and ship back. On that occasion there's no fish. Groundbait's going to fall out as soon as it touches the water, but I think that's all right. Feed some more pinkies on that short line. It's going good. Morning, Mick. Yeah, good, mate. I'm fishing a teams event today on my local stretch of the river. So I'm under strict instructions to not blank. So I started on some maggots on the pole feeder. I've had 2 roach and a dace. There's more fish out there. It's quite cumbersome, the setup. So I'm just trying to work out how to make it more efficient and, you know, speed it up. And I could do with working out where I put that straight lead. Right, there it is. It's like, what are you fishing today, Graham? Pole feeder? No, I'm fishing straight lead with 2 maggots. Another bite. I'm just gonna strike it, ship it. Strike it, ship it. Strike it, ship it, net it. Done. No, mate. I'm not a fan. I'm not a believer. There's enough flavour in this ground bait, in my mind, to attract the fish to the area. And I had a fish tank at one point, and I was absolutely happy with the fact that, from a sight point of view, I needed to never put anything else on. From a pellet point of view, fish that have never seen pellets in their lives go straight after pellets. And so I'm not a real believer in the need to flavour maggots. Maybe I should do because it's coloured water, but it's not something I've done yet. And at the moment I'm not sure I need to either. Maybe if it was in the middle of the winter, it was rock hard, maybe it might be a necessity then, but I don't think it is now. I could be wrong, by the way, completely wrong. But, you know, that roach didn't care whether it was a plain maggot or a chicken balty, do you know what I mean? Why's the feeder stuck on the keep net? How's the feeder stuck on the keep net? It's a better question. Whew. It seems it probably seems like I'm very stressed. Just want to do well for the team. I'm in a tough section today, so I want to make sure I'm trying to push myself, you know, more than I would on a normal open match. Yes, I've got 4 roach and a dace. 4 roach and a dace. Small fish, well, couple of ounces each roach. Much else being caught? Yeah. Right. Yeah, nice. There's plenty of bites. Just trying to work out how to get a little bit more efficient whilst trying to dodge the keep net and the reeds. But we're good though. Yeah. Can I fish for bream now? Right, that's it. Team captain's happy. Yeah, see, what I want for the bream is I want to just get some chopped worm in. But what I didn't want to do is I didn't want to put that in straight away at the same time as I'm trying to catch fish on maggots. I didn't want to mix the two, you know. Focus on this, trying to catch roach and dace and maybe a small chublet, and when that is sorted, review after the first hour how I've done, then try something different for hour 2, and then I'm going to be reballing it at the end of hour 2, so I just need to think about that. Could be that I fish for roach for 2 hours and then switch and fish for bream with chopped worm. Just have to have a little think. As I said, we'll look short in about 8 minutes, and then we'll review. I only caught 1 fish, I think, in the first 30 minutes, and now I've had 4. So I've had 3 fish in the second 30 minutes. A bit more efficient, a bit more confident now I've caught, so maybe in the 30 minutes after that I could catch 6 fish. Sitting there, I think the maggots might be damaged. When I put it in, I had a bite, little indication straight away, and now nothing. That was a fish. Hopefully I've connected with it. No. Managed to connect with everything else though. Right. See you later, mate. Thanks for stopping by, as always. catching on that side puller bug. It shouldn't do because I've put the hook for it on the other side, so I shouldn't catch it as I spin it round, but for some reason I am catching it. Straight away, it's not the bait. It's just the maggots they're having. I don't think it is anyway. Maybe they're sitting there, but because of the ground bait, I'm not sure that's the case. But anyway, let's keep going. Nice fish. 3 ounces. Still putting caster and pinky. And a few big maggots through the feeder with the ground bait. The ground bait's my usual mix. 1 bag of Census Dark River, 1 bag of Census Light Brown River, and 1 bag of Census Roach. Right. Try it again. Skylar.
How about you? How about you? Yeah, I can't put it here, can't see double peg.
Okay, so he's got 3 fish on the bollow float to my left. And the guy opposite, not that it matters, he says he's had 5 fish on the pole feeder. So we're doing alright. The guy opposite doesn't matter, the guy to my left does, because he's in my section. Bait's not come out the feeder that time. I did squeeze it quite hard. Is there? Oh, nice chub. Okay. It's got 3 fish to my left, I think. He just shouted. Right, 1 more chuck. And then quick look short. Oh, that top kit's moved. That's what my problem is. It's meant to be there. Now I should look it. And then I hook it. Okay, that's a bait gone. Doesn't matter. So, where are we? Little hour update. I've got 6 fish. I think 4 roach, a dace and a chub. A little chublet. So we're doing alright. Sorry, started speaking and stopped. So, right, our update, 6 fish, a dace, a little chub, only about a couple of ounces, a couple of 4 roach. I'm getting bites consistently now on double maggot. Although after an hour of feeding this little close in line, I am going to have a go in a minute, just to see if there's any fish there. And then what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to stay on this for another half an hour and see what my efficiency's like, and then maybe think about putting some chopped worm in and fishing a worm. I'm going to reball after 2 hours, I think. Not be afraid to do that, because I think that it's by the time 2 hours has gone, most of that bait is gone. Okay, you little gudgeon. Love gudgeon. Right, let's have a quick look short. Just lay that right there, should be safe. See if I can catch a fish in front of me on the short pole line. Just a little ground float. It's annoying, that stuff. What's that? 1, 2, maybe 3 foot deep. Just there. Just out the flow. That's where I want it. It's in the flow, but Always got to catch a stickfish. Maybe I can fish that just on a top kit. That is just, I thought I had set that shallow enough. That wasn't going to happen. Right, that's the end of that. And the rest of those hooks are quite a way behind me, so that's what we call a quick look. Done. Hello, Craig. Often people call me Cupcake Craig. Is that you, Mr. Meadows? And then I'll make some decision about putting chopworm in, trying to track myself a bream. Interesting, I've got a gentleman on the far bank with a landing net in his hand, and I put a notice on the club's Facebook page yesterday that that bank was out of action today. Have you got a club ticket, my friend? So I'm going to just keep an eye on this. If I don't get an indication for a few minutes, 5 minutes, I'm going to have to think about the bait situation. You know, my view is that there's a lot more roach and dace and that in this river than people give it credit for. And it could be that they come in and they eat everything really quickly, and then they've just left that last double maggot to that gudgeon because they've decided to leave. But so I'm not going to be afraid to chuck some more balls in today. I think that's a better fish. Alright, it is a better fish. Hello, Mr. Chub. Thank you very much. Happy with that? So I've lost cut now. What's that? Little chub. And about 7 fish. I'm including that gudgeon in that. almost looks like a little barbel that day. It's a nice day, so anyway. Just going to stay on 2 maggots if that chub was happy for it. Still going to put in these pinkies and caster. A few big maggot. Just going to keep with that. I'm not going to put any chopped worm in. All the time I'm catching these, and I want to catch these if I can, as I said, for another half an hour at least, just to see how much I do get. But because I've picked up that chub that's slightly better, I'm less inclined to want to change what I'm doing. Right, I'm just going to try one chuck with 3 maggots on. If you're not a subscriber, if you could hit that subscribe button, that'd be great. It helps give visibility of the channel to new people, and you know, brings fishing to a lot of new people and new audiences. So that'd be great. And if you are enjoying it, then give it a thumbs up, and that also helps with the visibility. Drop me a hi in chat. All those interactions all help, so all of that is much appreciated. If you want to know anything about the tactic that I'm doing, then just let me know in the comments. If I can't answer it now, I'll answer it when the stream's finished. I sound out of breath all the time. I've got that same nervous panic in my voice around trying to do well. I don't get it when I fish for myself, or fishing, you know, it's just an open match. But I certainly have a case of the nerves for the teams and the big money, so I can hear it. Just a bit of rubbish on the line. Right, so we get 5 minutes on this 3 maggots. I don't want to put any roach off, but it might just be a little bit more attractive to chub if there's some more chub down there. You know, and there's big chub here, you know, in this stretch. I've caught them 5 to 5 pound in matches. Chub like that today would be very nice. some debris on the rig there, I think. Now for a quick Mars bar, and then switch back to double maggot, I think. So what I'll do is I'll do one more double maggot, and then we've got to watch this time to bite. I've held this belief for quite a while now that you ball it, you get a load of fish come in, and then within an hour they've eaten everything and gone, and the bait that I'm putting in through the feeder is not enough to hold them, and they go. Felt an indication then. It's a little dink. Right, just gone 25 past. I want to be kind of strict with this. You know, I can imagine if there was a bank runner behind me, they'd be saying, you know, it's too long, you need to think about boarding it again. Bring those fish back into the peg. And today's the day I'm going to find out. When the flow's like this, anyway, this is what the difference. You know, if it was still the summer and there wasn't a lot of flow on the river, then, you know, I think I need to top up, and I might top up a couple of balls. But in this situation, I'm going to put another 10 balls in, just to restart the peg. It's just sitting there, and I just got this feeling that the roach have just gone. Not sure I can prep this safely while having this out here like this. I'll give it one more minute. Just not there. I'm convinced they've gone. So what would happen then in last winter, I would now be like, oh, I need to top up. I'll put like a ball in, or I'll start putting chopped worm in because I think I need some scent or something, but that's not what we're going to do today. Today, I'm going to measure out another 10 balls and I'm going to put them in. Okay, 10 more balls. Caster. And I wanted some dead maggot. Which is in this bag that I'm going to foolishly look to drag with my cupping kit. Like a pro. That's why I left my dead maggot. Mark, if that's you that just sent me a message, I'm not. I'm fishing on Culham Reach today. Well, certainly everyone will be able to see if this is the right thing to do anyway, because I'm streaming it. Right, 10 more balls ready to go. Just drop the rig in. Right. Can't get to my bait because I've got loads of balls of ground bait in the way, so we'll just put this out plain. Right, everybody, 10 more balls. Right, give that a couple of minutes, we'll bring it in, and then just going to fiddle with that top kit so that side puller bung is to the right. Right, let's just fix that. Set up and then get back out. That needs to be to the right. You've got to try and sort your angle of the side puller bung. So when you turn the pole, it doesn't all get caught up. Okay, so let's just start that process again. Some casters, pinky, a few live maggots. Still got caught. Why did you get caught? Talking to myself. That was quite interesting. So it was a slow first 20 minutes. After I'd done everything, that got me to about 11:30. One fish, missed a couple of bites. Then it was good for 30 minutes, and then slowed down a bit. Then caught a little chub, and then nothing for 15 minutes, and then so I've reballed it. Something like that. As I'm saying, it's just when the river's this speed, I think that after an hour that balling's gone. There's nothing left. And that's why I think it was a little indication then. You've got to do it again. And maybe that's all the proof that I need. Sandy? Hold it higher. See, I'll call it. Have another look at it in a second. Right, all I've got to do now is get another bite off a roach pretty quickly, and I'll have I'm halfway to deciding that's exactly the right thing to have done. So it's 1:45. What I'm not sure about is whether I should reball with 5 balls or 10, and should I throw them or cup them. But I think if it's the case that that bait has just left the peg and you're effectively restarting it, then why wouldn't you do exactly what you did at the beginning, which is 10 balls and throw them? Because, you know, the reason you're doing it is because the fish have gone, so you're trying to create that noise and chuck that bait in to bring them back, you know. So I think it's the right thing to do. Certainly that first roach thought it was the right thing to do anyway. The thing that I can do is I can switch to a maggot feeder and run some maggots through. I've got plenty of maggot, so I could do that, but let's just see. If you remember, the first 20 minutes after I boiled it were no good, so I've got to give it that time. You know, the bait goes in, there's more food for them. To be honest, the balls went in a little bit scatty second time round, so it might just take a little while. Just a bit of junk on the rig then. Causes the pole to bend round. It's a bit frustrating for bite detection. I'll edit that out. I don't know why that's getting stuck. Just sort my finger out, I cut it at the beginning of the match, and that's just not that. So I'm using a handy piece of electrical tape to seal in that dirt. Got no time for cuts. Come on, fish, prove me to be right. Prove to me that the right thing to do was to reball it. Draw those fish back to the peg. So afternoon, if you're just joining, we're just coming up to 1 o'clock. I'm fishing the local winter league today. I'm fishing for Colmic A4 team, and my peg is H2 on Culham Reach, which is sort of halfway between Sutton Courtenay and, well, I was going to say halfway between Sutton Courtenay and Abingdon, and then probably someone will say that's Culham. And I'm just trying to work out what's going on in the peg. I balled it to start, had a bite relatively quickly. It was slow for the first 15-20 minutes, missed the odd bite, then I had a good half an hour. I think I had 7 fish, and then it went a little bit quiet. I started to talk about needing to reball, and then I had a little chub. It's only a small one, only about 6 ounces, and then maybe a bit more, and then it was quiet, so I reballed it, 10 balls, same amount of feed in it as it went in there first time. A bite first put in, and now it's just gone, it's quiet again. But I think I just need to sit it out, let the fish work their way through that bait, or let that bait draw them up the river a little bit. I just need to keep putting this in regularly. I think we'll be all right. If not, then I've got 2 choices. I could put a maggot feeder on, and introduce some maggots into the peg. Or at least I think what I think I'm going to do is I'll start chopping some worm up and put chopped worm in, and then fish a worm on the hook. And then I'm looking for bream, chub or perch. Or carp. Don't mind carp, there's carp in this stretch. Might be a bit awkward on the pole feeder, but I'll give it a go. The rig for the pole reader, it's 8 st is the main line. I want a black hydro kit, and then it's an 017 hook length reefo plower to a size 16 MWGB from Guru. I've got a double maggot on, and if you've not seen it before, the way the rig works is I've got a piece of pink hydro elastic on the line that creates creates a loop. So when you get a bite, the fish pulls against the pink hydro elastic. So you can see it and you can feel it. I'm holding on to the pole. And when you have a fish on the end, you can, like I say, you can see it and you can feel it. And the pole, at the end of the pole, will move as well. So I'm watching that. And then if it's a big fish, obviously it will pull. That pink hydro will straighten out to its maximum, but then you're just playing on that 8 st, so it's then just 017 to 8 st with a 55 gram feeder swinging around, but it's very effective. I've had bream up to 6.5, pushing 7 pounds out this river on these rigs. I've had chub over 5 pounds, not a problem. Let's just put that in again. Keep that bit of bait going in the same place. Maybe it's that I've lost weight. Just keep saying why, because the rig keeps getting caught up on my side puller bung and I can't understand why, so hence the word. It's confusing me. Okay, so that's long enough now for those fish to have been drawn back into the peg. But right now the bites haven't returned. I can I can hear worms getting chopped on the far bank. What I'll do is I'll give it 5 minutes here, and then I'll move the pole to the left and just fish it slightly further down the peg. Just see if the fish have just backed off. Some sort of indication just then. I don't know if it was something hitting the line or a bite, I'm not sure. Just like a dink. Normally a fish like shakes its head a little bit and you get more than one sort of vibration up the ring and down the pole, but that was just a single one. Could have been a stick just coming down the river. Someone else to my left is reballing it. I think they only put in 3 or 4 balls though. How's everyone doing? You alright? Everyone's extremely quiet today. How's everyone doing on this Sunday afternoon? There's a bit of a silly question that, because you're watching me, but what are you doing while you're watching me? Or is that just it? I can hear hemp going in to my right. Shame I can't really see more to my left. If I could, I might have considered putting a 4-gram float on and seeing if I can try and run it through, but you know, it's not wide enough. The peg's really narrow with the reeds either side. Just concentrating, looking for any indication on that pole tip. And it is quiet. Where do those roach and dace go? They must just back off. Go further down the peg. Alright, let's just have a quick look down here. So we just topped in the river. Yeah, look, nothing. Okay. There are a couple more put-ins. I don't want to decide that's wrong too early. Again, there was just a little indication, but it felt more like debris hitting the line. Wasn't that classic, you know, tap, tap, tap. I'm not sure at all. Bait doesn't look touched. Right, one more. Put in, and I'm going to have a little think about this. Have a little think. When I get a positive bite, this go, then then I think about the chopped worm. Yeah, I have caught. I had a good second half hour. So after the first 30 minutes, I'd balled it, and then I caught 5 or 6 roach and dace, then a gudgeon maybe, and then I had a little chub up to like quarter past, so an hour and a quarter, and 20 minutes. Then I didn't get any bites, and I got the feeling the fish had moved off. Saw it through to the hour. I've reballed it with another 10 balls. I had a roach straight away, and now nothing. So I don't know whether they've backed off. And if they've backed off, I don't really understand why they've backed off. They could just be sitting down there, and they're happy to just get the bait as it comes down the river. I don't know, but I've started chucking a few pinkies short again, that shallow line, I have to get a new hook length for it. See if I can catch some fish in that little bit of slack. But I could be putting chopped worm in a minute. And then sitting there with a worm on the hook. See if I can catch myself a bream. It's weird, I was very happy, confident that I was going to get them back when I reeled it. But that's not the case. That was an indication. Well, I said the word indication because I'm not sure I've looked at it. It was a bite. Not on there. Yeah, definite bite. Might just be they're going to take a lot longer after the second boarding to come back. What's that been? That's been nearly half an hour. Second time round, if that's how long it's taken. Let's see. So there I'll get a bite again pretty quickly. Something on that rig. There's a bit of weed or something. There's the leaf. There's the bait gone. Just get it in anyway. Give it 3 minutes and then bring it back. Some chopworm up the way. I had a good second half hour, Neil. 5 or 6 fish, roach and dace, and then a little chub, about 6 ounces. Maybe it's a bit bigger, but probably not. And then it went quiet, and then I reballed it, had another roach, then nothing, and then I've had like 1 bite in half an hour. So I think it's time to get the chopworm scissors out. I was excuse me, I was kind of convinced in my mind that they'd moved away, and if I reballed it I'd bring them back, and it's not worked. So instead, let's get some chopworm in. No one that's on there. What's going on there? Let's get some chopworm in and see if I can make a difference that way. I think what I might, I could cup a ball in. Tell you what, let's do that. Let's cup in a ball of chopworm. Put that chopworm in some ground bait. Make that into a ball. Super neat. That looks pretty good. More ground bait. It's like 150 ml of chopworm in there, something like that. Get off with that. Right, and now let's chop up some more. Get that in through the ground bait feeder. Right. Yeah, people keep telling me, telling me don't do it on my pole. I'm going to crack a number 5 or a number 6 section with that feeder coming back, hitting that pole, and I should be using a stronger margin pole for it, but I haven't got one, but I do have a spare number 5 and I've got a spare number 6. So I'm just going to use a little bit of worm on the hook. I say a little bit, it's a bream sized bit of worm to start with. some of that chopworm in there. Still put some casters in it. And load that feeder up. And then everyone's got to try and predict what my next fish is going to be. My prediction is I'm going to catch a rough. But feel free to write in chat what you think I might catch as the next fish. I've got chub, perch, bream, roach, dace, rough, pike. Don't want one, but what do people think I might catch? Now changing to put a load of chopworm in the peg. And I will put a load of chopworm in the peg now to see. So we're half past, and I'm going to keep chopping that worm up like nobody's business. I'm probably going to move to 10-minute casts, starting now. See what we can get. I hope it's a bream now. The thing is, I think that I'm not sure any pole is going to withstand a 55-gram feeder coming in on a swing pendulum, crashing into the number 5 or 6. I'm not sure any pole's going to just be like, dink, no problem. Anyway, let's see. I haven't had any problems with it yet. I have more problems kicking number 4 sections than standing on them, to be honest. So we're going to fish this for 10 minutes. So just as a reminder, what I've done is I've chopped up a load of worm in my pole pot and in my cupping kit. That's a 250mm, so I've just chopped up about 150, and I've put that with ground bait in as a single ball. I've cupped it into the peg, and I've chopped up a load more, and I've started to put that through the feeder. This is my first put in. And I'm going to be quite liberal with the chopworm. You know, if those roach were going to come back, then I wanted them to come back on that second ball, and they balling in, and they haven't done it. So now I'm changing the peg. I'm now looking for really bream, chub and big perch. And that's not a bite, sadly, it's a piece of reed, but it looked good for a second. t-shirt. Not sure what t-shirt you're referring to, Neil, but that's a good opportunity to say that if anyone wants any fishing stream merch, I do have a merch store. It's on the front of my YouTube page. If you want to go and get yourself a hat or a mug to support the channel even further, then go and check that out. It's on the links on the front page of the YouTube page. The fishing stream merch store. It's good that. I got myself a mug and a couple of caps. I'm not going to go as far as Ali Hamidi and get the name of my brand tattooed into my, not tattooed, shaved into my head. I'm not going to go quite that far, but I might turn up at the big one next year in Farnborough, sporting some of my own merchandise. As you do. And now I said the word tattoo, maybe I should get a tat. Right, let's focus on the fishing. My mind's in crazy places. Come on, bream. So anyone that knows this venue well, and I know it reasonably well, the river runs down for about another 4 or 5 pegs, and then there's a junction with what we call Culham Cut. And on that last peg on this section is where someone had 98 pound of bream on the last day. No, the first day of the Thames Festival a year ago, not this one, the year before. He had 98 pound of bream. It's a known bream peg, because what happens is the fish sit in the slack water between the main river and the cut. You can catch them just on the side. I've not fished it yet. I'm not sure it'll be too fun pleasure fishing it, but I'm looking forward to joining a match. But they so they sit up there, but they definitely come up these parts. I want to match, 10 pegs to my right with a net of bream in the past. Fishing the pole feeder, actually. There's a video on my page for it. And so it's absolutely possible that I could sit here and catch myself a bream today, or 6. So we'll spend a little time doing this, I think. See if we can draw one up from 4 pegs down with a scent of a load of chopworm. Yeah. I don't know how many number 4s I've broken. And it's not through snapping through use. It's standing on them. It's getting it trapped between my legs on my box and then kicking it. Yeah, it's clumsy breaks. But I think probably in the last 10 years I've done at least 4 number 4s. Maybe more. Crunched a couple of number 6s in my hand and broken them on my elbow. Which is actually more convenient because I carry spare number 4s, I don't carry spare 6s as a general rule unless it's a festival. Right, come on, bream. Otherwise it's going to be a very short video again today. Sounds like I hear more ground bait getting mixed up to my right. Maybe another balling about to happen. I just need it to thump, thump. Come on. Come on, bream. Just thinking about this peg in the summer. I could probably put my platform out as far as nearly on that reed line, because it's shallow and then it drops right off. And I might come down here because I can stream it. It's another streamable peg. Come down for a pleasure fishing session. I think it could be really nice. Give it a few more minutes and then we'll put another, cast it back out. Right, I'm just going to disconnect the camera and bring this in and go up the bank. I think I'll lose the connection if I go up the bank with the camera. Go and get my hook length box. And I think that's going to come back. Come on, come back. There we go. The exact thing I was trying to prevent. Look, there's a crayfish. If you can see, there it goes. Doof. Gone under the sill actually. That's a bit of a surprise. Right. That's more awkward than I want it to be. Right, I will be a second. Hopefully that will stay there. What that camera shot looks like, but I will just be a minute. Right. Oh, just be a minute. Right, I'm back. Put the camera over. Give me a sec. I'll fix it. Right, we're back. So let's get a move. Thanks for that. Not the fish I wanted to when I saw the float, not the float, the tip bouncing, but I'll take it. Oh, that's a nice roach. I was just trying to sort the other rig out. It's a good sign though. Take the head off that worm, I think. Sometimes I take the tail off, sometimes I take the head off and the tail off. If you take the head off and the tail off, it doesn't last quite as long, but until it stops moving. In my mind, it's just maybe that has drawn some fish back to the peg. So let's see. What I'm obviously hoping is that the aroma from the worm drawn some bream into the peg. That's what I'm hoping for. I'll keep feeding some pinkies on that short line. Some I chuck in the slack water, some I chuck just past it into the flow. I'm just building up this sort of view that there's fish sort of in those reeds, and they're downstream a little bit. So if I chuck a few maggots, a few pinkies past, it will just draw a few up. Maybe they come looking for more, and then they'll find them in that slack water. That's the sort of idea I've got there. Maybe I can have a couple of fish there. Something stuck on that rig.
put that out again. I'm umming and ahhing between how long I should leave it and how much chopped worm I want to put in. I've got this thing that I want to put quite a lot of chopped worm in. I think so long as it's over 5 minutes it will be alright. I swear that was a bite. Yeah, that maggots. Whether that's a fish or a crayfish, I don't know, but let's assume it was a fish. Right, let's get some more chopped worm, I think. It's on its way out, this worm, so I'm happy that I chop it. There we go. I've had that top kit round the wrong way. I don't know why. I don't know why it's taken me so long to work it out, but that should have solved the issue. Okay, just coming up to the 3rd hour done, so it's just 2 o'clock. I had a sort of match of sort of 2 halves really. First half started well, these first hour and a half. I didn't catch at the beginning, I balled it. Then I had a good run of roach, a few days. Only about 6-8 fish, but it was pretty regular and I missed a few bites. Then they seemed to back away. I started to think about or talk about reballing it. I didn't get to that point. I had a chub that was about 6 ounces that made me rethink, so I stayed on it for another 10 minutes. And then ultimately I reballed it. I think it was just after the first hour had gone by, maybe a bit longer, and then the fish didn't return as I thought they would. So I've stuck it out really for about 3/4 of an hour maybe. Then I've come to the conclusion to start putting some chopped worm in, so that's what I've done. And I have just had a roach, and then I just had another bite. That's taken a while, and I've put in about 150 ml of chopped worm, and then I've put quite a lot in the feeder. I intend to continue just to put quite a lot of chopped worm in, and see what happens. So I don't think there's much possibility of me going back on worm now, on maggot, sorry. I'm going to stay with a chopped worm approach. I'm looking to catch some bream or chub or bonus big perch. That's really the plan. Reballing over the far side. So I've reballed it after the first hour. He put in 4 balls again to my left, and he's reballed it on the far bank. Again, he's put about 4 balls in it, 4 balls in, so I would more consider that to be topping up, but I went for it with a fresh 10 balls because my view was I was restarting the peg, but it didn't seem to work. What I need now is for the captain to come back and tell me to catch a bream, and then it will give me the motivation to catch one. Although I am quite motivated, I don't mean that in a bad way. But he told me not to blank, and I didn't blank. This fish just jumping in my keep net. I don't know why. There's a little chubby's unhappy. Yes, Mike, I'm on Culham Reach, up towards the cut, about 5 pegs away from it. That's the peg for the day. Come on, bream, make a show. strange that I had that roach and then not another bite. At least I've managed to sort out my my rig finally after 3 hours. Keep feeding. Keep feeding. Someone flying around on a paraglider, I think that's right. It's the little parachute with a fan stuck on the back of it. It's been flying around this morning. I think he's back up in the air again. Swans are going at a heck of a pace. It's 20 miles an hour around here on the roads. I think they're probably breaking that. The feeder, and another one's just hit it. So I'm going to have to bring it in and reset it. Or reset it anyway. These little fish that were hiding behind me have disappeared. I don't know where they've gone. And I've not seen that crayfish again. Let's chuck some more maggots in for it. So it's not really working out, this. I think I'm playing a little bit of a bream waiting game now. I'm going to give it maybe another 15 minutes, then I'm going to have a look short. See if there's a fish to be caught on that short line. I've made a lot of commotion, so I don't know that there is, but I'll give it a go anyway. I don't know if the pole breast is dropping. I don't think it is. I have a nasty suspicion that my box is sinking. That's why I need to keep adjusting that up. That's better. I want that elastic out of the water. I don't like it when it hits the water. I think it creates, because I've got those two beads on there, float stops, whatever you want to call them, gripper beads from Drennan. I think what happens is I've just got this feeling, it sends a vibration down the rig that I want to try and avoid with the flowing water. So just try and lift that up out the water to keep those beads out of the water. A little chub is restless in my keep net. It's deep enough. There's plenty of water. There's a lot of noise from a little chub. You can see it there, and we'll keep that, maybe. Making a right scene. I was hoping for a bit more action than this today, but I want to believe that you should catch at least one bream on this section if you're fishing for them like this.
Picked up a bit more, isn't it?
Yeah, it has. I caught and then I was done. I caught up until about an hour and a quarter.
Yeah.
And then I had a little chub that big. And then nothing for 15 minutes. And I think I stuck it out for a little bit longer, then I reballed it with 10 balls. Went back over it, had a roach, and then nothing. And I put chopped worm in, and then 20 minutes later, one roach. So yeah, it's a bit
What sort of weight do you think you got there?
oh, nothing, pound a bit. Nothing to speak of. What else they had around?
John reckons he's got might have 4 pounds.
Oh, well done. What, all of silvers?
Two little chubs and some roach.
Right.
And there's at least another one that's got 4 pounds in this section as well. The intake's got nothing.
Really?
2 roach. That was about half an hour ago. 2 roach.
No, I'm all right with that.
I think that's picked up now. That's going to kibosh on it now.
Yeah, I think so. So we're fishing for bream now. That's not a bite, that's a bit of stuff. Right. One bream will do me this. One bream will win me this section. Right now. So we've got an hour and 35 minutes to catch it. It does feel like the flow's picked up and there's more stuff flowing down the river. I can see, you know, bits of wood and sticks and stuff. I don't mean like planks, but there's a few branches I can see, sticks in the river. So I'll start putting some pinky in with this as well, I think. I'm just umming and ahhing about whether I should switch the hook lengths for a bigger hook and really go for bream. Not that I'm not fishing for them now, but if I was going for it, I think I would have a different hook length on, and I'd have 2 dendrabenas. So that's what we're going to sort out, which will be that one. Because I've had that one roach, but nothing else. So tell you what, we'll do one put in with double maggot again. One put in with double maggot, and then I'm going to switch the hook length for a size 12, and then I'm going to fish it with 2 dendrabenas on it, which I've had some success on in the past. Actually, I tell you what, let's fish 3 maggots. Just in case there's a cheeky chub. So he reckons there's a guy with about £4 in the section, but that's coming from 2 little chub and then a few bits. So I'm alright, I just haven't had any boneless chub really. Well, the little one, but I've fished double dendrabena. Looking for a bream or a big perch. Some pinkies short and some pinkies in the flow, hopefully attract some fish up. No bream in the end peg apparently, which is unusual. Cut a roach, which is good though, because is in my section, obviously, and you know, it's all about section points today. So I want to do well. I just don't think my small amount of silverfish is enough. Not very eventful. Get that hook length off, tie that. One of these size 12s on. So a quick look short, see if there's anything there, and then get 2 worms on there and try and catch us a bonus fish. Just shallow that up a little bit more. Doesn't like that number 9 on there, doesn't it? That number, yeah, that number 9. Let's take that off. I don't know if that's fish or flow or what. Run it a couple of times through that little bit of flow there. Okay. Let's have a look in here. Six, 5, 7, 7, 5, 8. That's if that's a 0.8, that's only a gram. Might just be why it's swirling around is causing the issue, but doesn't look like there's anything there. Yeah, it's just... Okay. Don't want to fish that anyway. Right. So I'll switch it now to tangle hook length. So we're going to fish 2 dendrabenas now. Nice standout bait, size 12 hook, nice and positive. More chuckworm, and see if I can entice a bream or chub. I'm not fussy. It just looked like there's a lot more leaves coming down the river. I don't know why. Well, it definitely looks like the flow's increased a bit. Nice positive big bait. Hour and 20 minutes, need to catch a bream. Simple as that. So bashed into the rig then. There's definitely stuff coming down the river. Come on, £5 bream, please. That was definitely a bite. It felt like a small fish bite or a perch. Nothing on there though, I can feel there's nothing. What was that then? It's one of my worms, I think it was a perch. Keep it going though. Certainly very positive to get that indication, so I'm looking for the fish to hang themselves though, really. I know you're in here. Just need one bite, one fish. That's all I need. Hello ladies and gentlemen. Chub or a perch. Not massive. It's what I need. I need it to not get stuck in the bushes and these trees. Oh, come on, this is too hard. Get in there. Now, some more of these, please. I've got an hour left. That's what we want. No, you're not a £5 bream, but you are a nice pound chub. And I'm very grateful for that. Sure, that's the first fish I've had in a while. I caught a few fish at the beginning of the match, and then it's tailed right off. So I'm just busy putting loads of chop worm in. I'm trying to catch myself some bonus chub or some bream. As you just saw then, that's exactly the type of bonus fish I'm looking for. It's really difficult to land them here because I've got 5 sections of pole and I've got a tree right above me. So it's nigh on impossible. So I was lucky that fish swam in a nice way. Right. No, I don't think I need that many. I've heard of like a £4 in the section, so 2 more of them and I'll be alright. Assuming they catch nothing, but I've only got to catch 1 bream. And then we're done. To catch that way. It's funny because all the other chub I've caught in here before are all like £5. Where are all these little chub coming from? Right. It's just what I want though. Chop worm in. Double dendrabena. I've got enough for 1 more fish off of that. 1 more feed. Hour and 10 minutes. This should be good. Come on. Stepped it up. I'm fishing a what's that? It's an O size 12 on an O17. 3 foot. 2 dendrabenas fit nicely on those MWGBs. The lovely standout bait on the bottom, and hopefully that's what's going to catch me another chub, or what I really want is a bream. And the reason I say a bream is because average stamper bream in this part of the river is like £4 or £5, so that's what we're looking for. See, if I try and break down at number 6, I think I'm just gonna hit the tree more. I've got to use the break at the number 5 and then stand up and try and net the fish. But it's so awkward with that tree above me. If I have to, I'll just jump in the river. I've got wellies on, I should be alright just down there, but it's definitely awkward to try and net a fish fishing the pole feeder with that tree coverage above my head. Maybe I should have just put my box over there a little bit more, but I didn't want to disturb things too much. But it's a little thought for the future. Next thing is bring the platform and just leave it in the car if I don't need it. Anyway, it's definitely turning a bit horrible. The weather's got a bit colder, I can feel it. It's a little chill in the air now. I didn't think I needed my jacket on today, but it's just getting a bit chilly for this last hour. Wind's getting up a little bit, you can hear it in the reeds to my left. Flow's got up on the river a little bit. But I'm feeling confident we're going to catch another fish that's going to help boost our section points. Just coming up on the final hour, I'll do a little recap. I started off by fishing, putting 10 balls at the start. Went over the top of it with double maggot on a size 16 MWGB 017, and I'd fished that so it was small enough for the roach, but big enough and strong enough to get me a bream if there was an early bream to be had. Didn't really get anything, I had a couple of bites, caught a fish, little roach, and then it sort of picked up after the first, I don't know, 25 minutes. I was getting some bites, caught some roach, caught some dace. Not many, but 8 fish probably, caught gudgeon. And I caught a little chub as the bites were getting more and more scarce. And I sat on it for a little bit longer, then decided to restart the peg. I think it was probably just past the first hour at that point. So I thought, I've drawn some fish in and they've just drifted off. So I just reballed it with 10 more balls. Seeing if that would bring the fish back. It brought 1 fish back. I had a roach on the second put in, or maybe, yeah, first or second put in again. And then nothing. So then I've decided, after a while, to switch to chop worm. I started putting chop worm in. I've had then a roach, our biggest roach of the day, probably at that point, maybe about 4 ounces. And then I've carried on putting chop worm in, upgraded to double dendrabena, bigger hook, size 12. Still on 017, that's strong enough. And then I've had that little chub. And now I'm just going to sit on this for the rest of the match and try and catch myself another 1 or 2 of those. Or a bream, that's what I'm looking for. Or a 5-pound chub, I don't mind that. But that's what I'm looking to do. It's a team competition today. I'm fishing for Colmic A4, and I want to do well for the team. The first instruction was don't blank, and I sorted that out within the first 10 minutes, so that was good. There was some little micro fish down under my box in this bit of grass, like the minnows or something of this year's fry that's not very big, and they were able to eat a pinky, so I thought I might try and hook one of them if I was desperate, but they've gone somewhere, I don't know where. up into the reeds, I guess. But there's no need for them, so I'm just going to focus on putting this in relatively regularly. This is going to stay out for another couple of minutes. And I've got one more feeder full of chop in the pot, and then I'll chop some more, and I'm going to keep casting every 5 or 10 minutes. They can be quite hungry, those chub, so I won't have any problem chomping through that lot. Just looking for that telltale thump thump bream bite that you get on the pole feeder. So that's it. So it's been an interesting match. I'm happy that I've gone from catching a few fish to then switching it, going for bigger baits, bigger fish, catching a bonus fish. Right now I'd call that chub I just had a bonus fish. And hopefully I'll have another, but like I said, you just need one bream and that's it. I think it'd be really good for section points today. I squeezed that in quite a lot, didn't I? Quite hard, firmly. Okay, hour to go. Now I've caught 40 pounder bream in this river before in an hour, so it's all possible. Come on, bream. I know you're here. The smell of that chopped worm must be nicely going down the river, you know. Trying my best to will a fish onto the hook, but it's not happening. That's why I'm really quiet, concentrating. Another couple of minutes, and I'm going to bring it in and put it back in again, just to put more chopped worm through it. Hopefully send more scent down the river to attract a fish. Come on, fish. It's not flowing that much at the bottom. Water flows faster on the top than it does on the bottom, and I can tell by the way that there's still bait in the feeder. So I think maybe I'll pack it a little bit looser next time. What I don't want it to do is I don't want it to come out in the surface layers though. I think get carried, you know, along much further away than I want, but I don't know. Let's keep doing what we're doing. Some kids on the far bank, and I think they're singing the £1 fish song to the guys fishing on the far bank as they're walking past. I'm just wondering if I should put in another ball of ground bait with loads of chopped worm in it. I'm just thinking it through in my mind, or whether I'm just okay to stick with this. I think I'm alright to stick with this. I think it feels right. Come on, bream. I've got a lot of faith in the bream and chub. Don't let me down. So if you just tuned in, we got what, 45 minutes to go. If you're enjoying the video or the film or the live stream, however it is you see it, and you're not subscribed, if you could consider hitting that subscribe button, I'd really appreciate it. Give it a thumbs up. It helps with the visibility of the channel, and it's, you know, it's a free way to support what I'm doing, and helps put, you know, my content in front of more people that might be interested. So that'd be great. And if you are subscribed, then I really appreciate that. I think we're not far off, just over 1.1k, so we're coming up on that milestone, and that's under 2 years, so I'm really happy with that. So I appreciate your support. Thanks for all the comments and the tips, and you know, it's to a promising winter season coming up. I think I'm looking forward to it. I've not really decided what the sort of big winter calendar looks like. I've not sort of worked it out yet. I've been a bit busy with work and stuff, so I'll give that a thought over the next couple of weeks. I've got a week off with the kids for half term. I think we might go pike fishing or try and catch some catfish. I know if we're going to go for cats, we've got to do it before the temperature drops even further. But the pike season's open on the local pit, so it could be that we end up going for some pike. There's a bite there. Oh, I've missed it. Oh, come on. I don't miss bites today. So yeah, we might do a little bit of winter piking. I might do a bit more on some commercials. Obviously I expect to fish the river at some point over the course of the winter. Might go back and fish in the town at Christmas. I enjoyed that last year, so that might be on again this year. And just behind me on what's called Culham Cut, we've cut 30 pegs out, so there should be lots of opportunity to fish that over the winter. It runs just like a canal. It just comes off the river. It's got the lock in it, and then it rejoins it, but it's not got a lot of flow in it. And people have had £20 pleasure fishing, so there's lots of fish up there to be caught. And I think they'll just get even more full of fish as the river becomes a bit more unpleasant for small fish throughout the winter months. So, and then we've got some more matches in the winter on here. Maybe some more pike fishing this year, because I didn't do too much last year. And some roach on the canal style cut. I'm not sure, but it should be good. That's without my usual visit to Gull Valley and Tunnel Barn Farm thrown in the middle of it. So let's see. Come on, fish, I need a couple more of them little chub, I think, or just one bream, or a monster perch. That's all I'm looking for. I'm a bit gutted I just missed that bite, but I'm going to conclude it was a perch. I've got my next lot of chop ready to go. When I pull this out, I will strike it out and then I'll get the bait out. So we'll give this another 3 minutes maybe, because I'll add that bite and then put it back in again. Let's give this another 3 minutes and then we'll recast it again, as it were. I just need one bite for bream, I think. Oh, and some chub fishing now, yeah, do some chub fishing. The thing about chub fishing is it's a lot of time for not necessarily a lot of chub. I think what we'll do is we'll just say I'm going to go fish the pole feeder quite a bit and I'll probably catch a load of chub. I don't think you're going to find me wandering down the river chucking in cheese paste. I think I'll leave that to you, my friend. Right, 1 more minute, maybe a bit less. This worms look a bit sad. Right, let's chalk a bit more.
That's a foul at 3.
Thought of a bream. I don't know if he means this side or the other side. I can't see him. Hopefully he means what he's caught and not someone on my side of the bank. There's a load of stuff coming down the river now. That's a proper branch, that is. Not too far out from where I'm fishing, but there's nothing coming on quite on my direct line, which is alright. "30 minutes to go. I would like a bream to swim up in my peg." Or a big chub. I don't mind which. Mm. I think we're going to call this the silent section of the video today. Come on, bream. The crayfish down to my right. Maybe if I have a little look at that. I'm going to just put my hand on the pole. I will I'll get a bite. Come on, keeping the faith. Just over 20 minutes to go. Just need that one bite off that bream. Or big chub. Or perch. Or carp. Take a barbel. Not that I think there's any in this stretch, but I don't mind catching one to find out. Or to prove everyone wrong. Come on. you think? I'll give it a couple of minutes in each spot and then I'll bounce it. I can do 3 sections on my bump bar. I'll give it a minute here. And I'll go to the left. It's making a lot of noise for a little chub. Every time it does it, I think some £30 pikes are taking the keep net. these fish. Right, just under 15 minutes to go. Still time for that bream to make its appearance. Come on. Alright, so we've got 10 minutes to go. I'll do my little final summary now. I think it's probably the right time. So I'm finishing the match. What have I got? Chubs weigh a little bit light, don't they? £2. Maybe I'm finishing the match with £2 today. I balled at 10 metres. 10 balls at 13 metres to start. I went over it, double maggot, had a roach, missed a couple of bites, and then I had a pretty good spell for about half an hour, up to or just past the end of the first hour. I caught, about 6, 7, 8 fish. I was getting some bites, missing some bites. It was good action. Then it went quiet, and I had a little chub. About 4 or 5 ounces maybe, and then it just died on me. So I've topped it up. I've not topped up really. I've reballed it with another 10 balls because I felt that the fish had just drifted away. And then I went back over it. I had a roach straight away. Thought I'd cracked it, and then turned out that I hadn't. And then struggled, and then I've decided to put chopped worm in, and after, I don't know, maybe an hour of putting chopped worm in, I've caught a chub. And I've sat here for the last hour and a half, when I've just had one bite that I missed, and that's it. it's a bit disappointing, but I've enjoyed getting back out. I enjoyed catching a fish on the river, so that's good. And yeah, it's been enjoyable little chit chat as always. Thanks for watching. I appreciate the support. I can see there's 30 of you, 35 of you watching currently, it says to me, which is fantastic. So I really appreciate that. It does wonders. If you can all give it a thumbs up before you leave, that'll be even better. And I will publish the live when I get home later today. And today I made a little thumbnail for it. And I edit it into some highlights for a little smaller video. But yeah, it's been an interesting day. I do wonder if bringing a platform would have made a big difference to where I'm fishing. I don't really think it would have done. I don't really think it would have made a difference to the way I'm fishing. If anything, I didn't want to get into the river because I wanted to try and leave this sort of area in front of me sort of quiet in case there might be some bleak to be caught. Whether there is or isn't, or whether I messed it up, I don't know, but I didn't have any bites over there. It's not really a proper slack in my mind, but this is more just like the entrance to the main river that's coming straight off the tip. Maybe I could have had another line short that I could have tried with maggots, I don't know, but I always get in the same situation with the pole feeder, which is once I commit to a line at, for example, 13 metres, I'm really reluctant to come off it. I just think about that bait trail down the river, and the fish come up, and I don't want the situation that the fish are going to come up the river, come to where I would be, and then I'm suddenly fishing 4 metres shorter. I don't like the idea of that. So it's sort of a one line wonder, but it I've caught a few fish, but then they've just sort of disappeared away. I don't really know why, but anyway, that's what it is. I've enjoyed it. I'm not sure how the team's got on today. As I said, I'm fishing for A4 Colmic today in the Winter League, so I'll be keen to see how they get on, or how we get on. And yeah, the next time you see me, I'm probably going to be out on a club match. But I need to get some fishing done down the cut there. And there is a spot in the middle of the town centre that it's got a lot of fish in it as well this time of the year, so I need to check that out too and do a little video there. I can't stream from there, there's no signal, but I should be able to make a little video, so that'll be good. And as I was saying, let's see what the winter season brings. I need to check my diary, book in for some matches, clear some weekends, and hopefully have a good winter season, catching some bream and chub. That's the plan. Right, how long we got? 5 minutes. I'm not going to put it back in, I'm going to leave it on this now. And it's still long enough for it to go. I'm certainly willing to go, that's for sure. There we go. No worries, Stuart. Glad you enjoyed it. Wish I caught a few more fish, but you know, at least I caught some fish, so that I'm happy about that. I wasn't too sure what the river would be like today, but it looks all right, to be honest. I'd be interested to see if there's been bream caught through the section and what all the other weights are. I don't know how to go and see those, but I'm sure someone will let me know when I go back to the car. But it yeah, it could have been better if it was just slow down a little bit. Then I could try and run a rig through there, but it's just a little bit too fast at the moment. Oh, I thought that was a bite, and it's a leaf. I thought we'd done it with 2 minutes to spare. Come on, some chub just come shooting up the river. See that double worm and grab it. A minute left. Come on, bream, chub. Now or never. It's, oh, I think that's the all out. Is there a fish on there? No, there isn't. Yeah, I really like it. I moved here a couple of years ago, and previously I hadn't fished a river since I was 18 or 19, or I don't remember. It was a long time ago, but it's a lovely stretch. And I've joined the local club, and there's a great bunch of anglers that are around here, so it's all good. Right. I'll just show you the rig. So size 12, 3 foot to a Guru speed bead, and then I've got the feeder on just on a quick link. As you see, it's not tangled all day long. Right, I find it's really reliable. And then this is the, I'm caught up on the rig, brilliant. This is the smart bit of the rig, as it were. We've got this 2 sets of stops, this piece of pink hydro and this sort of D shape of line. So what happens is when you get a bite, the fish pulls against this pink hydro, and if it's a good fish it just bombs out, and then you're playing the fish on 8-pound ST to black hydro. So that's it. I'm going to turn it off. I'm not going to video the weigh in, I don't ever do that really, but I will see if I can catch a picture of the fish before I let them go, and I will post the weights as I know them when I put the live up later today. So as always, thanks for watching, I really appreciate it, and I will catch you on the next one. See you later. Ta-da. No, I'll try that again. I never get that timing right, do I? Right, here we go. Right, I'll catch you on the next one.